Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good Sunday or whatever day it is when you are seeing this. Perhaps Gatil's Day, who knows? Welcome, Nil, Isabella, ELSF, Isaac. No, Isaiah. Sorry, Isaiah, not Isaac. Pink Maples, Carl, AFK, Tristan. All good things. So we have here a new quilt in Discord. Excellent. I'll have to give that a peek in a minute. War Koala, welcome. Lakia, great to see you. We have a 5-star, almost pure arrow by Niverio that Niverio has decided kindly to include two cell thermos in, which I'm sure is thingy. Welcome, Screaming Ice Cube. So this is the most voted on puzzle in our bucket area. So this was voted for by David Plonktime, Russ, AFK, Ambrose, and Luda. But I mean, that's the joy of being a member and voting on things. You vote, and then eventually the vote pushes the thing into the lead. Some number of years later. Let's see, what year was this published? This was published in 2024 in May. So this puzzle is not quite 2 years old. I remembered doing a 5-star Niverio arrow puzzle, but it definitely wasn't this one. Awaiting 18 inches of snow. Excellent. Well, if you have a driveway or something, Tristan has become an expert at clearing about 18 inches of snow out of a large driveway recently. So if you would like, you can probably procure his services. Okay, so I guess I start by writing 6, 7, 8, 9 into this cell, and then give up. Let's see. I guess I also know that this is 6, 7, 8, 9 because of the fact that these together need to add to at least 15. Oh, there's another one over here. So this one's also 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this cell is the same in both. I only kind of hate it. Yeah, that's true. Good point from AFK. This cell has to appear in this box and has to appear in this box. And so it goes there and there because of this whole, what Tallcat has shorthanded to syzygy logic. But basically, if this digit showed up on this arrow, it would mean that we had 4 digits that added up to that digit. It's one of the less elegant arguments that gets used in regular Sudoku, I would say. But it is... no one thinks about it anymore. They just do it by rote. Let's see. So the red symbol goes in one of those 4 cells. Wonderful. These two being the same, I kind of want it to mean that these are different sums to whatever the sum is. So the sum has to be 17. That's just if I just am like raw guessing, but somehow this being the same digit actually kind of suggests the opposite. It suggests that they are the same rather than that they're different compositions. Yeah, we've got a red down here and a red over here, which is like almost kind of doing something. Suspiciously close. I mean, I guess I at the very least know this number isn't 1, 2, or 3. Technically, it could be 4, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 is 17. Yeah, so this number is at least 4. It's going in one of 4 cells there. I suppose I know this is a really weak deduction, but I know one of these 4 cells is 9 because the 9 in this box is one of these, so it's the same as one of these. So the 9 in this box is apportioned over there. And likewise, the 9 in this box is apportioned over here. That feels almost useful. Like, it seems like a cool geometry thing, but I don't see that it does anything right away. It's possible that I'm supposed to be arguing, like, can these really be 7, 8? Is it possible that neither of these is 9 or something like that? Or, like, should these two be the same? I feel like someone should donate for Anti-Knight. I feel like that would be very helpful in this puzzle, like, especially given, like, the arrangement of these 9s. This cell is not 9. Let's see. See, Tallcat is trying to show where these two cells, which are very interesting, where they go in this box. Do we have any reason to believe they're the same? If they were the same, that would certainly be true. Yeah, this one is different from row 4, column 4. This cell just is here. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. I was looking at this row. Let's see, Isabella was interested in the circle in column 5. Okay, so Garion is suggesting we make this red X, and then think about whichever of these two is higher. Where does it go in row 5? Do we know that? Oh yeah, we do know that. Yeah, so yeah, so certainly X can't go on here if it's higher. Because we already argued circle can't go on these arrows, and so if X is higher, it definitely can't. So whichever of these two is higher goes here, is the argument. So this cell is red something, and likewise this cell is red something. We could do this with color, so we can maybe do it with flashes. It's not usually my jam, but we'll do it this time. So the point is, whichever of purple and yellow is higher definitely goes over here in row 5, and whichever of purple and yellow is higher definitely goes here in column 5. And so these two things in particular are the same, so we can bring back condiments to mark that. And so we've got that going on. So this in particular is at least 6, just based on the fact that it's the higher of these two, and this one's at least 6. And so this digit is in one of these three places. It is true. I don't usually love using color for this. It's not really, it doesn't feel like it's what color is made to do in the world. But we got to debate whether or not an emoji was a sign last night, and I feel like we're uh, getting close to having the same debate, uh, or maybe not literally the same debate, but a very similar debate about this. You'd think that this would somehow be useful, but I don't even think I know that it's not purple, for instance. Uh, so if yellow is the, I keep trying to like get that this number has to be big, but all I know is that it's at least 3. Uh, and I can't even, I think, quite get uh, that it's not like 1 2. Like if this is a number, like this is the kind of deduction that I'm looking for. If this is a number that can only be made in one way, then those two digits are those two digits and they go there and there. But that all seems fine. uh I mean, I know that this number is at least 4. That's probably worth marking. It's also not 6, Sven tells me. I know this number is at least 2. uh yeah, like knowing if this was purple might help. Of course, I kind of want these to be purple just for neatness's sake. Uh, mm, yes, yes, yes. Because if wait, no. If purple is 3, these are a 1 2 pair. What's wrong with that? Uh, so we certainly can corner mark 1 2 and 3 in these cells. Just by some logic. Uh, but I'm confused as to how that is. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, okay, that's very weird. Yeah, so if this is 3, then these become a 1 2 pair because of this. But then, as I said, that these are also a 1 2 pair, so these are a 1 2 pair, and I've now put 3 1 2s in column 6. This is very weird. Okay, so this is at least 4. Hey Laura, how are you doing? Uh, 4 has a similar problem. Yeah, 4 does have a similar problem where you do the same thing but with 1s and 3s. Yeah, the same reason works out. I'm doing pretty well. Life is good. I've had a nice weekend. My students are great this semester. I can't really complain. Uh, I mean, the only thing I can complain about is that Slay the Spire 2 isn't out yet, and I just want Slay the Spire 2. I feel like that's not too much to ask, but it'll be out soon. Uh, Mm. I hope Niverio is well, by the way. I haven't heard from Niverio in a bit. Although I do think I did get a ping that Niverio was streaming the other day. Yeah, the geometry of these 1, 2, 3s is eerily close to interesting. Is there a way I can prove rapidly that these aren't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because of what that would do to Sudoku? I don't think so. So if purple is larger than yellow, then these two arrows are the same. And so this would be yellow and something. The something would, of course, go in one of these two cells. And the something would be a 1, 2, or 3. Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree. I see the problem. This is a little bit of a little bit complicated. But if purple is the bigger one, then yellow lives on this arrow with a 1, 2, or a 3. And that same 1, 2, or a 3, let's just hypothetically call it green, also lives here. Well, that means that green is one of these two, and green is one of these two. But the problem is that rules green out of all of these cells, and now I'm obligated to put green in box 5, but I can't. So purple is the smaller one, not the bigger one. So that in particular means that both of these are yellow. And this digit is not a 9. I guess we can go back to condiments now. So we don't have to sort of sully ourselves with using colors inappropriately. Let's see. Okay, so these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Purple isn't 8 either. Because purple actually does live on this sum to at most 17, right? Colors are very good, but colors are for tracking groups of digits or properties of digits or whatever, in my opinion. So these are at most 6. And so maybe the point is to ask about where 8 and 9 go in this row. Oh, I think, unfortunately, I think that just deduces the exact same thing we just did, which is that this isn't 8. Because we know there's n, 8, 9 in here. But knowing there's n, 8, 9 in there doesn't necessarily tell me anything huge. Now, I do know that the x in this column is in one of these cells. Right. Right. We should ask about 8 or 9 in this row and 8 or 9 in this column at the same time. And so what we learn is that there's no 8 9s here. And so there's n8 9 in these cells, and there's n8 9 in these cells. And so there's two ways that could happen. One is that this is an 8 9, and the other is that this is a 6 or a 7. Now, if red circle is not 8 or 9, it breaks, though. Because if red circle is not 8 or 9, if red circle was 6 or 7, and I look at this row and I look at this column, I need to put both 8 and 9 in these 3 cells and both 8 and 9 in these 3 cells, and that doesn't work. So red circle needs to be an 8, 9. And then once that's done, then legitimate businessman's point works. And I think legitimate businessman probably had this in their head when they said it. Now where's the other 8, 9 in this row? It's now in one of these 3 cells. The other 8, 9 in this row, it's in one of these cells. So this is the other 8, 9. So I think that that all spills out to making sense. Okay, and so now we're supposed to ask about 7. Where is 7 in this row? And where is 7 in this row? And so 7 can't both be in one of these 2 cells and one of these 2 cells, which means that one of these actually has a 7 in it. So one of these 2 cells is a 7. And one of these is the other 8, 9, but we don't know which one yet, I don't think. But yeah, we don't know that they're the same sum, but at least one of them has a 7 in these cells, and we do know right, we don't know that it's not just that like both of them have a 7 and that both of them aren't like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Then 8, 9, and a 5, 6 there. Okay, well, we do know this number is not 8, 9 now because of that. So if I look at this, we know this number is not 1, 2, 3, and we now know it's not 8 or 9, because if this number was 8 or 9, it would mean that neither of these was an 8, 9. So we've got this really down to a 4, 5, 6, 7 kind of business. It can't be a 4 either, actually. Or a 7. Both 4 and 7 we just proved, because the 7 goes with 4, and the 7 is a 7. And so because 7, not 7, and because 7, 4, not 4, or something. These are words that I am saying. Yes, yes, yes. If this is a 5 or a 6, then I have to put both it and 7 over here. And the problem, Garion points out very wisely, is that you can't do that because the only thing 7 goes with is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So this, in fact, has to be a 7. And we can bring out Zach for the 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Now can't both be 6. Yes. Sorry, I had to parse that carefully. Neither of these can be 6, is what DWeb is saying, because if this was a 6, we'd use the 5 in here, and this would be broken. So neither of these is 6, I agree. Yes, 7 is now in both sums, right? Just by virtue of this being 7. So yeah, the 7 in this column and the 7 in this row it's in the sums in both cases. So in fact, these are both just 8, 9. We'll make that the XE 8, 9. And yeah, so we know that these are in fact 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. And we know, in fact, actually where the 7 is. It's there with a 1 or a 2. And likewise up here, we know the same thing. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. The 7 doesn't go in a length 3 arrow because the sum would be too much. That has to be a 1 or a 2. So we have done some good old-fashioned Sudoku. So the 7 is up here somewhere. Oh yeah, the 5, 6 pairs. I was thinking about the 5, 6 pairs, then I totally forgot. And so this is a 5, 6 hidden pair. Now because of the where the 5, 6s go in this box. So these are a 1, 2, 3, 4 now. Okay, so there's a 5, 6 on this arrow, so this is not a 3, 4 sum. Is what I think Screaming Ice Cube is saying, and what I was just noticing was I need to put a second 5, 6 in here, and it's over here. So neither of these are 3, 4. The kind of thing that seems useful, but it's all a lie. I know there's a 4 in here, but I don't think that really helps. Good point. So this digit Todd is pointing out can't be 7 because the digit that sums to circle with 7 is that one. So this one can't be that. So the 7's actually in one of these 2 cells, and likewise the 7 down here is in one of these 2 cells for the same reason with that arrow. Okay, red circle in column 8. Can't go here because there's no digit bigger because there's an 8, 9 pair in the row. Can't go there. Can't repeat on the arrow or there or there. So, in fact, this is red circle, Garian points out. It's the only place in column 8 for red circle. Oh, do I have some excess candidates here? Like that this one can't be 5, for example. And so this one can't be 1. Unless I specifically had undone this in some other way. Let's see. I'm just going to put it back. 1, 2, 5, 6. That one's not 2. That one's not 6. But if that one's not 6, it means that one's not 1. And if this one's not 2, it means that one's not 5. And the same thing over here, actually. Yeah, okay. So it was that I'd under-pruned, not over-pruned. Because as soon as this one can't be 2, that one also can't be 5. And as soon as this one can't be 6, that one can't be 1. So we actually know where our 5, 6s are. Yeah, row 8. Now we can do red circle is over here. Workwalla points out. Let's see. Can we do red circle in this box? Almost. Red circle is in one of these 2 cells in this box. And in one of these 2 cells in this box, somewhat less usefully. Yes, we know that this is red X because it's the other 8, 9. I can probably get rid of these 9 corner marks now. They're probably a little distracting. They're from a simpler time when I thought they might be useful. Row 4, 5, 6 of column 3. Yeah, that's a good point from AFK. These 3 digits are the same, and they end up being 3 of these 4 digits. But yeah, I'm not sure it quite does something, but it'll do something later for sure. Yeah, is this digit the same as this digit, I guess, is the question. I don't think I have any reason to suspect that that's the case. I might even have good reason to suspect it's not the case. Yeah, actually, I think I know it's not the case, because I think if I were to gratuitously center mark this cell, I think I would realize that, in fact, if these were, I guess the other way to say it is, if these were the same, they would have to go in here, and they can't, because they aren't any of these. Yeah, so it's probably worth marking what these cells actually can be, and they can only be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? At most, because they can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yeah. And they're different 1, 2, 3, 4s, because this 1, 2, 3, 4 goes there, and this one goes there. I don't think that's very interesting, but what are you going to do? That's a good point. So the tips then have to make sure these numbers add to at least 8. So these are going to be from 5, 6, 7, 8. And they can't be 6 or 7 by Sudoku, so they're 5 or 8. And now the point is, now circle has to be by that. Circle has to be 9. Because if circle was 8, these would both be 3, and you couldn't place 3 in this box. So circle is 9. Oops. Which makes X 8, which gets us a little bit of condiment cleanup. Okay, and so these 2 digits we know are a 1 and a 4, just for the record, because they add to 9 with that. Let's see, this is not a 9 anymore. Yeah, but that's just a bug with Sudoku pad, not a feature of color. It is just that they haven't implemented that for X's yet. Okay, well, that means I know what this is, right? I can fill in some things. So these are 2s, which means neither of those is a 2, just by, math stuff. Uh, are these the same 5, 6? Let's see. these are different 1-2s, right? Uh, uh, I guess what people are asking for is condimenting of 5-6s. Uh, uh, let's see. Maybe it's more interesting to condiment these 5-6s. Okay, so these are in fact different 5-6s. So these are different 1-2s, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yes, circle sees the 5-8 pair. There we go. That's the point, right? So these see that, right? It's nothing to do with the 5-6 pairs. It's just that it sees the 5-8 pair. Got it. Okay, so these are 6. So those are 5. That's very nice. I like it. I like it. Yeah, now we've got a 6, 7, and a 2 in here. Uh, right. One of these is a 1 and one of these is a 1. So what Emma is saying is that I can corner mark 1s in these in some sort of very bizarre thing that AFK would call an X-Wing. And so therefore neither of these is 1. So this can't be 4 or 5. One of these is definitely now a 3, because otherwise we go to too much. And so it's from 3, 4, 5, and one of them's a 3. Uh, no, certainly not a Zackwing. No, Zackwings are, if anything, simpler X-wings, and this is, if anything, a more complicated X-wing. Other way around. This is where like those words like mutant or something pop up. Fin, no, not fin. What's the other one other than mutant? I don't remember what the other word that goes in front of fish is other than mutant, but oh, Franken. I have heard Franken. Yeah, one of these is a 9. Uh, okay, so people want me to just raw center mark this cell. Okay, so it's not 1 or 2 because it's the sum of 2 digits. It's not 6 or 7 because it sees those. It's not 5 or 8 because it sees those. What's wrong with it being 4? Right, because there's a 2, 6, and a 7 in here, and if this is a 4, then it doesn't work. That's beautiful. So this is a 3 or a 9. Garion has placed the 7 in column 8 here because it's not there, and it's not there because this digit can't be an 8 or a 9. So it's there alone. So now one of these two cells is a 7. this digit is at most 5. Oh, right. One of these two is a 7, but neither of them can be an 8 or a 9. Or sorry, this one can't be an 8 or a 9, so the 7 has to be the bigger one. So that's the 7. So yeah, we've got 2 and 6 floating around here. So funnily enough, that means this cell's always a 2 or a 6 because of that. 7 in row 8 is now here, making that an 8 with a 3, 5. Oh, and that places this 7. That might be all the 7s. It's not all the 7s. Yeah, I was looking at the 3 always on the arrow and trying to decide if it did something, and I figured I'd let chat decide if it did something. 2 in row 5 is one of these, right? What's this pair? These are a 1 and a 4. Ah, 2 in row 4. I see. Yeah, 2 in row 4 is not here because of the given 2, and so it's actually placed there. And so now it's placed here, which resolves that whole mess. We can decondiment. Okay, so now that is a 4 and a 1 and a 5 and an 8. These are a 1, 3 pair, so that's a 4. Those are a 3, 4 pair, so that's a 1. Seems like that's a 3 and a 5 in that order. One of these is a 4, so this isn't. This box has some digits left in it that are probably worth sneaking in here. So apparently that one's only able to be a 3, 4, 6, 8. That one was only able to be a 3 because I had 8 digits in this row and I didn't notice. Let's see. That one's probably knowable. It seems like it's a 3. Let's see. So this number is at least 4, but it's not 4. And it's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this is uniquely a 5. And I think I can probably now just mark the rest of the grid, right? So it seems like this is now a naked 9, 3, 2, 1, 4, 1, 3, 8, 5, 7, 2. Let's see. 3, 8, and 1. Very neat stuff going on there. I can't give a heart to a puzzle that has less than signs in it. It's just a rule, but very nice construction there. And at least there were 2 less than signs that were a little bit symmetric. So very, very nice there. Ooh, I'm looking at ELSF's new quilt. I love the geometry there, the way you've got the circle and the triangle. That's very neat. Also, unrelated to the quilt, but I like the socks that kind of match the quilt. I guess that's kind of related to the quilt. All right, I'll be right back when Tristan has left me a Renbon black dot puzzle, so I'm going to do a Renbon black dot puzzle. So be right back. Oh, I did not successfully be right back. I pressed the button. Let's try again. Nope, that doesn't work anymore. Okay, well, I used to have a stream deck that would let me be right back, but I don't anymore. But I might have a be right back thing here. Aha, I found a way to do it manually. Be back in just a moment. Hello, welcome back. Alrighty, so we have this puzzle, which is a puzzle with Renbon and black dots, which is of course like the best kind of puzzle. It's also a puzzle with Renbon and white dots, which is, I mean, that's like one of those things you just, you try as a setter, you try your absolute hardest to not put white dots and Renbon in the same puzzle, but sometimes you do. I've done it before, so I can't criticize too much, but it's definitely one of those things where you're like, a white dot in a Renbon puzzle is basically like having a less than sign in any puzzle. Okay, so this is, by the way, by Full Deck and Missing a Few Cards, who are some of my favorite setters for setting nice puzzles, even if I then tease them about putting white dots in their Renbon puzzles. So in these boxes, of which we have 4 of them, where we've got these 3 Renbon, we need to have one that's 1, 2, 3, one that's 4, 5, 6, and one that's 7, 8, 9. So D-Web points out that if I just look at box 1, the only places for 1 are these. And so these aren't 1, and I can't put 1 here. So this is the 1, 2, 3 Houdigi. And so now if I look at 1 down here, I can't actually put 1 on here, because if I put 1 on here, I would need this to be a 2 or a 3, and it can't be because of the 1, 2, 3. So therefore, that's a 1, and we can have a 1 dance. Boop boop ba doop. Woo! Boop boop ba doop. Wah! Boop boop ba doop. Wee! Ba doop boo doop boo doop boo ba doop boo doop boop boo doop boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we found the 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Okay, so the 3 in this box is on a side. Okay, well, this is not the 1, 2, 3 in this box. I can tell you that. The 1 and the 2. The 1 and the 2 in this box are placeable as a pair there and there. And in fact, because of this 1, we actually know that that's the 2 and that's the 1, so that's the 4. That was gorgeous. So these are a 5, 6 pair. These are a 7, 8, 9. That one's not an 8 because one of these is an 8. So this isn't the 4, 5, 6, and this isn't the 4, 5, 6. So this is the 4, 5, 6. These are therefore from 7, 8, 9. However, this one can't be 9 because if it was, I'd need a 7, 8, 9 in here. I needed the 1 in box 7 to decide which of these was... Oh, no, I didn't. You're right. I didn't even need the 1 in box 7 to know which was which. You're right. So there's definitely a 6 here. No matter how this works. It could be 5, 6, 7. How does one become a member? So in YouTube, there's a little $sign that exists down below, or if you're in like the full page, there's a join button that will allow you to become a YouTube member, which gets you the Zach emotes and such. Or you can click the link to the Patreon page, and that will get you there. We love all of our members. I mean, we love all of you, of course, but we perhaps love the members more. Let's see. This is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's sometimes Apple and YouTube get in spats. Okay, so this could be like a 2, 5 black dot, or there's a few options. Hey, Isabella has been a member for 42 months. Let's get you a 42-month member dance. Boo 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 doo boo boo woohoo! Boo doo boo 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 woohoo! Boo 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 doo boo 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 doo boo 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 woohoo! Boo boo doo boo doo boo doo boo doo boo boo doo boo waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We don't have any preference between YouTube versus Patreon. Whatever works best for you. If you have any sort of philosophical preferences about which mega corporations you support, by all means. But it works out the same for us. Okay, so this is not a 1. And that's not a 5, if I'm honest about this not being a 2-5 black dot. Yeah, here, so the one advantage from your point of view is that you get Zach emojis and a green screen name if you do it on YouTube. So I think that's what a lot of people end up looking at. Let's see, 9s in box 5, I agree, are in one of these two for similar reasons. So it's not there. Let's see. This is the 1, 2, 3 in this box, I see, because of the 2 over here and the 1 over here. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3 doesn't black dots anything in 7, 8, 9. So this has to be the 4, 5, 6. This has to be the 7, 8, 9, and that's the 8. Let's see. Well, this isn't a 1, and this isn't a 5 by the same argument that we've previously made. One of these is an 8. This one's not the 7, 8, 9 because of that. So this is the 7, 8, 9. This is the 4, 5, 6, and actually that's the 8 and the 7, 8, 9, so I'll make it a 5. That will be popular with chat, I'm sure. Let's see. So now this isn't the 6, so that is. And now this isn't a 5, so it's definitely a 7, 8. It's not a 5 because of this 4, 5, 6 looking down. So that's a 9 now, which makes that a 7. Those 8 9s look over and make that a 7 and that an 8. Good. So these are now... this is now a 5 because we've got a 5, 6 looking over. So this is a 5 by Sudoku. And so these had better be a 3, 4. And this is a 2. Being told row 9, column 2 is actually naked. If I actually look at the 1, 2, 3, it's actually a 4 and a 3. That's true. Very good, very good. Okay, so these are a pair now. I probably should ask Mark to tell me what they are. They're a 4, 6 pair, which probably makes that a 5. Okay, so now this has to be 7, 8, 9. It's the only option left. With that being an 8 and this being a 7, 9. I love this puzzle. This is delightful. Okay, so neither of these can be 4, 5, 6 because of these 4, 6s over here. So this one's 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 5. And this one can't be a 4. Oh, maybe it could be a 4 going... Okay, yeah, sorry. This one's 7, 8, 9. Let's do it this way. This is smarter. This one up here is 7, 8, 9 because this one's not 7, 8, 9. So this one's 1, 2, 3. That's the 8 on this white dot that needs an 8. This is now not a 1 for sure. Let's see. That's not an 8, and that is. We can push out over there. We've got 2, 4, 5, 6s in this column. This 9 looks up. I see you would point out. So that's a 7 and that's a 9. So that's a 7 and that's a 9. So there's a 7 in one of these cells, which is very interesting because it's going to go with a 6 and a 5. Okay, well, this is not the 7 because if that was the 7, these would be a 5, 6, and that would create a 4, 5, 6 quadruple in the row. And this isn't the 7 because it would create a 4, 5, 6 quadruple in the column. So therefore, that's the 7 with a 5 and a 6 here. Made that the 9 and the 7. 9 and the 7 and the 9. Okay, so now this is a 1 or a 4 only. Because we've definitely got these being from 1, 2, 3, 4, and so they definitely have a 2 and a 3 in them. That 2, 3 we know goes here, so this one's not a 1 or a 4, it's just a 2 or a 3. And that actually creates a quadruple, sorry, not a quadruple, a triple in this row of 1, 2, and 3, which makes that the 4. Makes that the 1, and makes that the 6 and the 3. Okay, so now that has become the 2 and the 3 in there. That's the 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. 5, 6. 4, 5. 1, 2, 4. 4, 2. 6, 5. 1, 3. Very nice, very nice. I might actually go back and re-record one of these for or this puzzle for invitation to puzzles, because this has a very invitation to puzzles sort of vibe to it, I think. Let's see. So we can mark that. So this is a 2. That's probably not a 1, so that is. We only have 1, 3, 6 on a length 3 Renbon, so that's a 4 and a 5. Funnily enough, we don't know which one it is. That's a 7, 8, 9 triple, so that's a 6, so that's a 3. 6 doesn't go with 9, so that's a 7 and an 8. It's a 9. Very, very nice. I loved that. It will even get a heart through having white dots in a Renbon puzzle. That is, well, I mean, you set a puzzle with Renbon and black dots. Well, you know you're going to win me over with that. Let's see. Let's have a look at this Renbon German Whispers puzzle by Nicholas Duhale. Let's see. I see a few like cells that see a length 5 Renbon. So like that, none of these 3 cells can be a 5 because they see a length 5 Renbon. That cell can't be a 5 because it sees a length 5 Renbon. Let's see. So there's certainly no 8, 9 there. So there's certainly an 8, 9 in this row somewhere. Yeah, that's the only reason I can think of why they aren't 5 at the very least. Let's see. It's feeling like all of these highs living here is going to be useful, but I'm not sure it is. These 2 in box 2 do go in these 3 cells. I might start like yellow-purple coloring my highs and lows. There's certainly at least 1 purple on here. So there's at most 1 purple in these 3 cells, but that doesn't seem that useful. That's true. There is a 7, 8, 9 on this. That's true. There's an anti-night rule? Oh, there is an anti-night rule. Okay. I was in my head even joking about how these couldn't be there if they were because of a fake anti-night rule. But actually, in fact, if I read the rules rather than just looking at the grid, I mean, if I'd have thought about it carefully, I would have known that this couldn't be unique without anti-night because these 2 columns don't have any clues to distinguish them. So if someone gives you this and says, prove this isn't unique without anti-night, you can do it. Let's see. There is a link. Okay, so with the anti-night, that means these are both purple. It also means that this is semi-extreme. It does mean that one of these digits is a 5 for sure, because purple isn't 5. So this digit is a color. This Renbon has a 7, 8, 9 on it, and therefore, by the powers of Renbons, it's at minimum 3. Oh yeah, this digit, that's really cute. This digit in this box definitely lands in one of those two, which makes that yellow and that purple. That is very, very neat. Oh, this digit, that's a good point from AFK. This digit is there, and this digit is here, if we want to begin the condimenting. So this digit is, in fact, also on the Renbon. Okay. So this digit also shows up on the Renbon. And therefore, 3 of the 4 purples are on the Renbon. The other purple is not. And so if 3 of the 4 purples are on the Renbon, that means that these are 1 purple, 1 5, and 1 yellow. And it's the yellow 4 6. So anyway, that means that this cell's not purple. It's yellow. And this is one of each. Right. And this one, therefore, is a 1 9. Is a good way to say that. There we go. That's a good way to mark this, because the one purple that's not on here needs to be the 1 9. Yes, right. One of these is purple 4 6, so this is yellow 1 9. Very good. These 2 purples in column 5 live down here somewhere. Neither of these are purple 4 6, therefore. Purple 4 6 not over here either. Neither of these can be purple 4 6 either, because both of these cells, in fact, see all 3 of these. So there's a purple 4 6 over here. Sorry, that note became slightly off. It says purple 4 6. Yeah. AFK asking where 1 goes in row 9. And 1 It's okay. I didn't read it either, Matt Laffey. And the first deduction someone made was, oh, these 2 cells are these 2 cells. And I was like, well, almost, but not quite. And then anyway, yeah. So 1 I can't put here, because if I put a 1 here, then these are 1, 2, 3, and the only low digit I have left is a 4, and that doesn't work, because I'd have to put the 4 in one of the ends, and then the other end would be an unspecified low digit. We'd have to introduce a 0 or something, which I don't know. If someone tells me they read the rules and there's zeros in this puzzle, I guess I can't claim I'd be completely surprised. But that seems like a good point, is that we're going to have to put a 1 over here. Secret zeroifiers. 2, 3, and 4 in row 9. Oh, that was retracted. Uh, what digits do we know for sure are on here? It's like 5, 6, 7, right? I don't think it's very useful, unfortunately. Uh, does it have a 4? Oh, right. Okay. Wait. Couldn't it? Oh, no, sorry. Right. Okay, yes. Uh, yep. So yeah, this digit, if it's purple, it's not purple 1, 9. But then it would go in one of these two cells, which we already noted are not purple. In fact, I probably should. Oh, sorry. That are if they're purple 1, 9. I should say. I could write a note like this, and chat would love it, but I won't. So this digit is yellow. That's a very good observation. So these are purple. Now, yellow 1, 9 is either in one of these two cells or it's on the Renbon. Yellow 1, 9 can't be on the Renbon, though, because if yellow 1, 9 was on the Renbon, this cell couldn't be yellow. So yellow 1, 9 is in one of these two cells. Yeah, these two. In fact, actually, all three of these cells see all three of these purples, is what chat is pointing out. And so these three purples all go on this Renbon. And so they can't be low because we can't fit three low digits on this Renbon. So purple is high. In particular, that's a 9. We'll bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop boop ba-doop. Woo! Boop boop ba-doop. Wah! Boop boop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop boo-doop 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 boo. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that makes that a 1. We'll go ahead and fill in that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go ahead and fill in that this is 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. We know that these aren't 4 or 5, given that they are purple. This one's not 7 either. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. They're not 9. In fact, they're those two 6, 7, 8s. In fact, that one is not a 7, we even know. This is the other 6, 7, 8. We know for sure that one of these is 4, so these aren't 4, and that's not 4. This is certainly the other yellow 2, 3. This purple in here is now a purple 6. and people would like me to erase that horrible mess, is why I think people are telling me that. Okay, that is not a 9. These are certainly from 7, 8, 9 at the very least. Oh, this is purple, by the way. Seems worth pointing out. I realize I argued in some complicated way that this had to have a 7 on it, but I could have argued that also by noting that by anti-knight it had a 7 on it. Todd has a 1 in box 8 is limited. Sorry, this is box 8. Yes, okay, so box 8's 1 needs to go in one of these two cells. Which means that there's a 1 over here, right? We did argue, yeah, the anti-knight wasn't originally there. Yeah, we clearly added it retroactively. I'm curious, by the way, what is the probability that if you generate a random completed Sudoku grid that it satisfies anti-knight? I feel like it's got to be very close to 0, but I don't know. Okay, so this Renbon definitely has 5, 6, 7 on it. And so this is not 1, 2, 3. It could be 4. It's not 5, 6, 7. And it could be 8. So yeah, so this cell is only for 8. Weirdly enough. Right. We know there's 3 highs on this Renbon, and if there were a 3 on this, there would not be 3 highs on it. Garion is pointing out. Very good. Likewise, yeah, we couldn't have 3 highs on it if this was an 8, right? If this was an 8, we'd be sort of breaking our 3 highs. So this is in fact a 4. And now we have the exact contents of our Renbon determined. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which means these are both yellow. And so these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. That is not a 4 anymore. Yeah, so we know there's a 1 in here. I'm trying to completely make D-Web's point. Oh, yeah, okay. So there's at least 2 lows on here. So that, just by the fact that I can put it most 2 lows over here. So there's at least 2 lows on here. So that means we need to have a 3 and a 4. That's a good way to say it. Okay, so there's a 3 and a 4 down here. And so these are from 2, 3, 4, 5 is the answer. Oh, this digit in row 4 needs to live on the German whisper. MacD points out. I agree with that. And a lot of, if this is an 8 or a 9, it definitely goes there. Or a 6 for that matter. Trying to decide if we can really extend our coloring in any which way. Yeah, one of these is that 2-3. I agree, because this 2-3 is ruled out of these. So one of these two is a 2-3, and one of these is a 2-3, but not both. So if this is a double low, it's a 2-3 and a 4 with a 9 in the middle. I don't think that immediately breaks. Let's see. Isabella says this is a 5. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, yeah, that's very elegant. We've been using since the break-in that these are a triple. They're a 6, 7, 8 triple, and so they look at this cell, so this is just a 5. That's very, very nice. Okay, so now we actually have a corner marked 4, if that at some point becomes useful to us in one of those two cells. This can be green, as all good 5s are. So one of these two is a 5, and the other is a 2-3. Oh, well, this 6, 7, 8 is certainly purple. But yeah, this is the other purple digit in the column. So this is also a 6, 7, 8, not a 7. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5. Those aren't 5. Oh, right. We know that one of these is 5. I had noted that, and then my brain didn't process that actually forces this to be 6, 7, 8. So it's the same 6, 7, 8 again. So now that's a 9 with some lows around it. One of which is definitely a 4. This is a German Whisper Renbon Anti-Knight. D0J. Rules are posted above my head. Is the 4 on the Whisper interesting? Yeah, we know one of those two 7. We know one of these two is a 9. It's probably worth saying. There's a 9 over here somewhere. This has become a 6-8 pair. So this digit is yellow if we want to make the like tiniest of tiny deductions. But hey, a color is a color. 9 in box 1 is in one of these two places. I agree. So 9 is in one of these two places. So 9 in this column is in one of these two places. I could technically rule 9 out of some places in box 9, but I'd rather not. This is O. Good point. Oh, wait, sorry. No, it does not. Sorry. It sees X there. Right. This is in the triple, is what Isabella is saying, and it's not that one or that one, so it's the other one. Sorry, it's not that one or that one, because it sees that one. So this one is circle. I agree. So circle is 6 or 8, and X is 6 or 8, and therefore this is a 7. Apparently these have become an 8, 9, so that's a 6. So that's an 8. These aren't 8 anymore, or 6. They're 4, 7 pair. Let's see. So this cell is now 5 or yellow. In fact, that's true of all of these cells, I should say. They're all 5 or yellow. Circle in box 3. Circle in box 3 is here. That's very potent, actually, because it places the 9. So this is the other 6, 8. So these aren't 9. This now sees everything that is purple or green. So this is yellow. Good. I guess I actually know that this cell is this one, right? Oh, no, not quite. Sorry. It doesn't see that one. We don't have some sort of anti-king shenanigans going on. We do still have a 9 in this column, and that 9 is either exactly there or exactly there. That sure is something that's true. We can pencil mark 6 in box 4. So now we can look at where 6 is in row 7 and note that the 6 in row 7 is never in either of those places. Do I know whether the 6 is here or over here? Yes, this one sees it by anti-knight. Yes, yes, I do know. So yeah, so one of these two is a 6. Agree. So these digits are not 1, 2, 3, so they can be 4, 5, not 6, not 7, 8, or 9. It's not 4 by anti-knight. That time I actually did see the anti-knight before the Svenning pointed it out. I don't know that that was as useful as I fantasized about. One of these two is circle. Oh, these are a circle X pair, aren't they? These are a circle X pair. Just by the fact that this cell can't be circular X by that pair. So these are circle and X in some order, so they're a 6-8 pair. You'd expect that might do something, but you might be wrong. It does remove 8 from these two cells, as being pointed out, because these two cells see the 6-8 pair. The 7 here is now in one of these two cells. It's probably worth pointing out. I'm not 100% sure it's worth pointing out, but I've pointed it out, so it's too late to unpoint it out. The 5 here is getting a little bit interesting. Yeah, circle and row 7's over here, much like the 6 is over there. But it could be, I think, both the 6 and 8 are over here, as far as I can tell. 5 in row 2 is in box 1. Agree. And not there. So that means that one of these two is 5. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, 9 in the middle row is in one of these two cells, where Koala points out. Oh, yeah, the circle in this row just has to be here because of these two circles looking down. I didn't notice that yet. So this is a circle 6-8. Let's see. Four, we actually know goes in one of these two cells now. I don't think it's useful, but that cell's definitely not 4. This cell's not 1, 2, 3. It's not 4 because of this. So this is 5, 6, 8, or 9, which is a bunch of options, but none of them are 4. So one of these two is 4. the anti-knight is coming from those two, but I don't quite follow it yet. I think these could be 2, 3, 4 if I don't, unless I'm missing something. Box 1 and box 7. Ah, it is, yes. The 4 in this box is not at any of these cells, and it's not here because that sees both of those. So the 4 is in one of those. Never mind that you could eliminate some of those. The 4 here is marked there, so that means that this is not the 4. So this is the 4, and that in turn makes this the 7 and that the 4. I suspect that is equivalent to what Mark was getting at. The mark in the chat, to be clear, not the mark that pops up at the bottom of the screen. I mean, maybe the mark in the chat is the mark that pops up at the bottom of the screen, but I kind of doubt it. Okay, so that makes this a 4 just by Sudoku. Let's see. These seem not to be 7 anymore. So, in fact, that is the 7 just by Sudoku. So one of these down here is a 7. I don't know if I already knew that, but oh, you're a zombie hunter. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. The YouTube names sometimes take me a while to internalize who is who. Tend to assume all marks are equivalent. It makes your address book simpler. I bet it does. One of these two is a 6. I don't think that's interesting. I can now place 7 in box 1. I'm missing something about placing 7 in box 1. Let's see. 7 in box 7. Oh, I have a weird color thing happening. Yeah, I know there's a 7 down here, but I don't know that the 7 isn't there, do I? Row 3, column 2 is low. I agree. It sees 5, and it sees all the things, so this is low. Can it not be 2 AFK? Can it be 1, 2, 7? Let's see. Okay, so AFK would like a full pencil marking of this box. These aren't 5. These aren't 1. Let's see. Okay, let's use the 1, 2, 3 triple. That might work out better. So the 1, 2, 3 triple places a 5. Like that over there. Let's see. We could start coloring 2 3s if we wanted. We probably should, through the fact that these are different. And in particular, these being different means that's a 1 because it sees both of them. So that's an X and an O and an O, and an O and an X and a 1, like that. This is no longer a 5, so it's purple. One of these two is a 5, so that isn't. I do agree. There is a 1 on this German Whisper, so therefore this can't be a 2 or a 3 or a 4. because of all those, and you can never put a 6 in the middle. So I am now on board with AFK's statement that we can't do a 1 there. Circly 2-3 is placed in column 3. It sure is. It's there. Wow. Let's see. It's one of these two, right? This is 1 or 4 because it sees a 2-3 pair. And it's not 1. Right. Okay, so this is a 4. Very nice. So one of these two is a 4. Yeah, we're never putting a 3 or a 4 in these cells because they don't whisper either 1 or 7. Also because there's a 4 corner mark up here if you want that for part of them. Or because there's a 3-4 corner mark over there. Take your pick. Yes, this is yellow, AFK points out, because it sees all the high digits and the 5. So this is a 1, 2, 3. Row 5, column 8 is yellow. It sees every purple and 5. I agree. Oops, I did not really mean to do that. I just meant to do that, is what I was attempting to do. So this is a 1, 2, 3 as well. It's not 4 just because of the row. Or because of anti-knight with that 4, if you prefer. Okay, let's see. So, we're talking about red X or blue X? AFK. 6 in box 8. Looks left. True. One of these is now a 6, just from our 5, 6, 9 triple. I probably don't need the 5 corner mark there. Yeah, one of these is a 6, so therefore these aren't a 6. Red O's are placed in column 2. So it could be there or there naively. Oh, red OX is a pair. Do I know this isn't red X? Yes, I do. Because this sees red OX. I see. So this is known yellow or green if we wanted to mark it that way, just to make this more clear. I'll temporarily do that just to make this more clear. And so now that's not 6, 8. And so now the only places for 6, 8 are these two. So this is a 6, 8 as well. A good spot to AFK there. Yes, and this cell sees both of those, so this is not 8. Oh, well, this cell is yellow because it sees 7, 9, and both 6, 8s, and it sees the sort of 5 over here, so this is always yellow. I agree. In fact, there is a 6-8 pair in this box, Jay Dyer points out, because actually these have become a 4-5-9 triple. So that's not a 5 or a 9. So this is the other 6-8. And so that pushes this being a purple 6-8. Because they're now just a hidden pair. But also these aren't 9 anymore. So now these are 1, 2, 7. So the 7 goes in the middle. This is a 6, 8. I should fill in. So that gives, not blue, sorry. Blue is not in this puzzle. Okay, so that's a 7 over there. Okay, we can get rid of our 1 corner mark, presumably. So now there's no 2 over here. So now these are 3, 4, 5. So now that's not 5, it's purple. And this is 5 and is green. So now this is a 4. Those are yellow. So this is a 4. Those are yellow. Okay, this is not 5 or purple, so it is certainly yellow. It saw both of these 5s, is what I meant. Red X in box 6 is now here. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, this is the other 6, 8 in this column. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's that one. Thank you. Right, there is a 6, 7, 8 triple, so one of them had to be red X. This is 7. Okay, thank you. Someone else was making a good point that I then lost track of. Oh, it was about where the 6, 8 pair goes in this column, given that this isn't 6 or 8. So this is the other 6, 8. It's red X. Which makes these a 5 and a yellow. Which makes these a 7 and a 9, right? The 7 in this box is just placed here. And that makes this a 9. Which has done damage down here because it has made that a 5 and that a 9. Which has made that a 6 and that a 9. And now we have started unwinding a little bit. So now our circles are 6s. And therefore our X's are 8s. Let's see. So we can fill in the 6 and the 8 over there. We can fill in the 5 over here. We can mark that this cell is yellow of undetermined veracity. This 1, 2 pair has made this a 3. I suspect Chad has probably been on that one for a bit, and I didn't notice it for, well, we'll say a bit. Let's see. Let's see, no 3 there, no 3 there, no 2 there. These aren't 8 anymore, it would appear. In fact, actually, we know what these digits are. I might as well write it in. In fact, actually, if I believe myself, these are a 1-9 pair. Do I really believe that this digit is not a 1 is the question? Yes, I do. So these really are a 1-9 pair. And this is a write-in of something. It's a 2. Which is actually going to give me the 1 and the 3 up there. Gives me my green here. Those are yellow. No need for 3 4s anymore. Okay, this is yellow. Mark making it sound like I'm a Disney princess. I'll go for that. Let's see. 1, 2 here. This one sees a 1 by some random thing. I swear it's a random anti-knight, but I'm scanning and I still don't... No, it sees a 2 by anti-knight, sorry. I was trying to see why it saw a 1, but it didn't see a 1. It saw a 2. Okay, that's a 1 by Sudoku. That's a 2 and a 3. Okay, we can probably mark the rest of the grid now. It'll probably help with the coloring. Okay, that is going to be yellow, so that's going to be purple. These are both going to be yellow. That's going to be green and purple. That is going to look down and make that yellow and that green. So we can do our 4 5, 3 4, 9 1, 2 9, 2 3, 7 5. Woo boy, that was fun. Neat puzzle there. Surprisingly, it's amazing how few clues you can get away with when you use anti-knight, right? My favorite part of the puzzle was actually the this sort of delete a rule symbol from the witness that we had sort of kicking around, and the way that kept doing neat things with cells that saw all 3 prongs of this this thing. Very nice. Let's see. Do one more before I stretch. Let's read this rule set and pretend that we have found all of the things. You too, Emma. Okay, so this is by Enchanter73. We've been getting a lot of debuts lately, which I appreciate, of people who've been posting puzzles that look like the sort of thing I'll be into. So Enchanter73, welcome to the channel. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Okay, no surprise anti-knight. Let me know if there's surprise doublers or something in the rules that I've missed. Okay, so we've got these little rings, which are pretty interesting. I don't know if I'm supposed to color them. I'll color this one in purple and yellow, because none of these can be purple 4/6. So, oh, there's an anti-rook constraint. Oh, I don't see that one very often. Yeah, we'll only get anti-knight this time if someone donates for it. That is the, those are the rules. Okay, so this is either a 1, 2, 3 or exactly an 8. Okay, unfortunately, these could be the yellow 4/6, and these could be the yellow 4/6. So I can't sort of pass over the coloring into this ring over here. And I keep looking at like, oh, is this like something about 5? But the 5 is in like one of these 4 spots over here. Like these aren't 4/6, but I don't quite see what to do with that yet. There's anti-knight, but it's only in 21 cells of the puzzle. You have to deduce the like a yin-yang where the shaded cells satisfy anti-knight and the unshaded cells don't or something. Please don't set that puzzle. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, no. Sorry. This works. These are all not 4-6, and they're all the same color. And so that color. Oh, no. Sorry. Crap. Because these could be 4-6. Never mind. Oh, anti-king, not anti-knight. Oh, that's a shame. Although Tallcat did once set a good anti-king puzzle, but that might be the extent of good anti-king puzzles I have ever done. Like, these cells are always anti-king in classic Sudoku. How many is that? Have I gotten all 21 of them yet? No, that one too. That one too. That one too. Let's see. How many cells have we highlighted? We've now highlighted, let's see, that's 12 plus 8 is 20. Yeah, that's 21 cells. I found the 21 cells that are anti-king. The diagonals of this puzzle need to contain every digit between 0 and 3 times each. Excellent. Does it have to be the same 0 to 3 for each digit from 1 to 9? Or can you just sort of like mix and match? I keep trying to make these Renbons do something. The Renbons really don't want to do something. Maybe I should be thinking about the 4s and 6s in the context of the Renbons. Weird. Is the problem that if this is 8-4, it forces this to be something it can't be or something? Because 8-4 does break any length 4 Renbon, so this would have to then be either 1, 2, 3, or 5, 6, 7. But those both seem fine. Okay, so Isabella is saying, ask about where the 4-6 on this Renbon goes. Because if this Renbon doesn't have a 4-6, you can't make something appropriately long. And so that 4-6 in this box, well, none of these can be 4-6. So that 4-6 goes here. So this cell is a 4-6 that lives on this Renbon somewhere. Let's see. Luna says the length for Renbons must be semi-extreme. Can include a 5, but not both 4 and 6. Yeah, so same deal. Actually, for this one, it has a 4-6, and that 4-6 goes there. And so they have exactly one 4-6 on them, not two 4-6s. Yes, and now they can't contain a 5, because as soon as that 4-6 goes there, we get that one of these is a 5, and one of these is a 5. Very nice. And so now these are monochromatic, and that chromatic is purple for this one. And so if that chromatic is purple, it makes that yellow. Sorry, it makes that purple, because remember, it was the same one. This is also monochromatic. And that chromatic is purple again, because if that chromatic is not purple, then I can't get to enough yellows. There aren't 4 yellows in this box that aren't outside of here. So this is also purple, which makes that purple. Now, in fact, actually, I can use this being purple to color this Renbon, because otherwise there won't be enough of the things. So we'll yellowize those. This cell is yellow because we've got all the purples in the column. So this is certainly not a 1. Oops. It's not a 2 either. So now this is a 3 or an 8, and this is the yellow 4-6 for sure. Okay, one of these is a 5. One of these is the 5 because we've got all the purples here. I guess that was just saying one of these is a 5. Over here. Okay, so this has no purples, and it doesn't have the yellow 4, 6. So this is the yellow 1, 2, 3, right? Sorry, this is the yellow extreme digits, right? I should say. So it's either yellow 1, 2, 3. So this is the yellow 4, 6 by that. That's the yellow 3, 7, and this is the 5. And so that lets us bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop boop ba doop. Woo. Boop boop ba doop. Wah. Boop boop ba dee. Wah. Ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I keep trying to look for anti-knight deductions. Okay, so that's all the yellows. Okay, so this cell's now a naked 5 because we've got 5 yellows in the column and 5 purples in the box. So that's a 5, and that's a yellow. These are all purple, points out Garion, because of the row being otherwise complete. These are all yellow because the 5 in the box is down there, we said. Let's see. Oh, the other row 5, this row 5, those are both yellow as well, and that row 5, if you're into that kind of thing. Let's see. Oh, column 7's coloring can be completed. That's true. Oh, the other row 5 still needs purples. Oh. There we go. Those are all purple. So this cell is a 5 because it's consecutive with a purple and it's not purple. So this is the purple 4, 6. This cell is yellow because it's not 5 or purple. These are both yellow. But a very lovely puzzle, by the way, so far. Yes. These two are the same color, and Jay Dyer points out it's not purple because that would put 5 purples, which is too many purples. Okay, I'm glad they didn't all have the same coloring. That would have been a little disappointing. Okay, so these are purple. Okay, that's all the purples for this column. That's all the yellows for this column. So this cell is now a naked 5 because it sees all the yellows in its column and all the purples in its box. So we can go ahead and yellow that over there. This cell is of known color, and that color seems to be purple. Let's see. This row actually now has all its yellows, so that cell is now purple. Yeah, these are some purples and a 5, which doesn't immediately get me anything. Oh, there we go. Isabella spots it. This cell sees the 4 yellows in the row and the 4 purples in the column. So this is a 5. So therefore, these are both purple. And this is yellow. And so actually now we've got all the purples, so we can just yellow all of these. And so now this is yellow because it's consecutive with a yellow, and it's not 5. And so now this is a purple. And so now there is a purple black dot, so purple is low. We have achieved the purple is low achievement. So these are 4. This is 3. This is 6. 7 and 6. So this is from 1 to 4. It definitely has a 2 on it. Okay, these are an 8-9 pair. I might as well mark off. These are a 1-2 pair. So that's a 3. That's a worthwhile thing to mark. So these are an 8-9 pair. And we know the white dot tells us the order because we can't put the 8 next to the 9. Okay, so this is a 7, and this is a 5. This is a very lovely setting. This can't be a 1-2 dot because there's a 3 over here. Or sorry. If this is a 1-2 dot, the problem is it puts a 4 next to an 8. Which doesn't sound good. So in fact, these are a 1-3. And these are a 1-3, and we actually know the order because of that 3. This is a 5. Which has made this become yellow. These are 1-2, and we know the order because of the 1-3 pair down below. So that's a 2, that's a 4, that's a 3. These are a 1-2. These are a 6-7. But these are a 7-8 because of what is left. So that's the 6, and that's the 7. That's the 8 and the 9 because of that cell. One of these two is a 4 just by Sudoku, which sorts out that 2 and that 4. This is a 1 or a 3. These are an 8 and a 9, if you're into that kind of thing. That's a 9 because you can't put the 9 on the white dot without an 8. That's a 6. So that's a 6 and a 7. Gives me all of that. Things are happening. That's a 7. That is an 8 and a 9 in some order. If we bring back anti-knight, we can figure out which order. Let's see. This is a number that's next to a 3 on a German Whispers that isn't an 8, so it's a 9. Or it's a number in a Sudoku puzzle that's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, and so it's a 9. Take your pick as to which of those arguments you find more convincing. This is a 7 and a 6 and an 8. That one, I think I really did have to use that. You can't put 3 next to a 7 on a German Whispers, no matter what ChatGPT tells you. These are a 2, 3. This is a 1 or 2. I guess I don't really care. These are a 5 and a 6 for the row, but this one can't be a 6. Or this is a 6 by Sudoku, and therefore this is a 5 by Sudoku. Take your pick as to how you would like to say that. Let's see. One of these is a 7, and it's just that one. So this is a 1, because it goes next to a 7, and it's not a 2, 3, or a 4. That's an 8. Let's see. These are a 6 and a 9. That one's the 6. That one's the 9. Let's see. That is a 6 and an 8. That is a 2 with a 3, 4 in some order, and a 1 over here. Bounces back over through there. Very good. These are a 2, 3, 4. Let's see. That is a 9 and a 7. Let's see. We can clean up that 3, that 4, and that 2. Oh, box 8 is missing a green. And this box is missing a purple. Thank you, Matt Laffey. So there's a 5. Let's see. This is going to be a 3 or a 4. This is going to be a... this cell is a 2 or a 4, but it's not a 2. So it's a 4 and a 2. There we go. 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 3, 4. Gorgeous, gorgeous puzzle. I really enjoyed that. This very nice use of all of the edges. And the idea of, oh, the 4, 6 from this Renbon has to go somewhere in this box, and there's only one place it can go, and then that gives you a sort of corner mark on the 5. That was just a very clean back and forth. I loved that one. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzles. Let's see, did it work? It didn't work. Tristan told me it works, but it does not actually work. But I'll fake it with this button over here. Welcome back, where we've got a juggler puzzle. I've not done a juggler puzzle in a little bit. So we have here quad sums. Write a two-digit number in each large circle. The four cells surrounding it must contain those digits and also sum to that two-digit number. For example, an 11 would contain two ones. And then we have some consecutive digits over here. So I think this can only sum. So basically, you've got one digit that's the last digit that's going to show up on the sum, and then the other three cells are going to have to sum to 10 or 20. You can't. Well, I guess if you're over a box border, you could get to something like. No, you can't get three cells to sum to 30. So there's always going to be a 1 or a 2. Now, the problem is that if I am in a single box and I have one digit that's excluded, because basically if this sum is, say, 24, then one of these digits is going to have to be a 4, and then I'm going to have three digits that add to 20. Well, 2 has to be one of them, and 2 can't be one of them if you're inside the same box. Because you'd have to have 2 plus 9 plus 9. Now, conveniently and beautifully, I'm sure, for Juggler, aka Michael Lefkowitz, if you overlap a box border, you can get a 2 in there because you can do a 2 and another thing. And in fact, if you look at what we just argued that there's a 1 in all of these ones that are contained inside a single box. And so now this one doesn't have a 1, because the ones in rows 2 and 3 are consumed, and therefore this one has a 2 and no 1. And it also has 2 9s on it because we argued that we need to have 9s on both sides. Actually, I guess maybe this 2 is slightly confusing unless I actually circle this, but this actually has 2 9s and a 2. So there's a 1 up here somewhere. Let's see. So one of these digits is a 9 because of the 2 9s. So we actually know this is an 8 9. And so then this is the 2 and the 9. So we actually know how that breaks down. Very cute. Just by white dot stuff. This dot now doesn't have a 1 on it. Because of this. So this dot does. So it's 1, 2. So actually we get this whole bit, including that 9. So we'll bring out Zach for the 9 dance first. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo. Wah! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we've got our 8, 2, 9, and we know that the 1 is now up here on this. We know there's no 2 on this, so the sum here is, well, sorry, it's just 1, 2, 3, 5. There's nothing else it can be, right? Because it's, no, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, don't listen to me. There's a 3-cell sum to 10 in here, but it may or may not be may or may not involve a 1. Okay, we've got sort of a... Right, so there's a 3-cell sum to 10 on this one that involves some combination of 1 and 2, but it could be like a 2, 3, 5 sort of deal. It could be a 1, 2, 7 sort of deal. There's a few options. But I guess this is like from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and maybe some of those don't actually work. Maybe they all work, actually. I'm not sure. There's definitely a 9 over here. Let's see. Okay, so the 3-cell 10 sum here has a 1 in it. And no, because it has no 2, is AFK's point. Do we know it's not 136? Can't have a 1 over here, points out AFK, because, points out Garion, because it would break that 1, 2. So the 1 up here comes up here. That's a 2 and a 1. Oh, this string of, I hadn't even noticed the string of 3 white dots. The string of 3 white dots seems interesting. I could certainly do these as 1, 2. I mean, the middle one's not 1 for sure. I could certainly do these as 1, 2, 3 with a 5. That would be fine. Otherwise, would have to be 1 with like a 4 or 5 somewhere in there. But the oh, right. This circle can't have 2 9s, so it needs a 1. Right. That's the point. The only way you ever get away without a 1 on a circle is if you have a 2 and 2 9s. And so that's right. I feel like probably people would have told me if I had yeah. Because the other digit, you remove it, and then you need the things, including the 2, to sum to 20. So yeah, so there's a 1 here because of that. Very nice. And likewise, this needs a 1 because it doesn't have 2 9s. It doesn't have any 9s at all, in fact. Actually, both of these need a 1. Because of the presence of the 9. Hey, Ambrose. So there's a 1 on here, which is up here, and it's only there. And then there's now a 1 on this one, which is in one of those 2 cells, which makes that the 1. But now this one needs a 1, and it can only go there, right? And now this one needs double 9s again. So it doesn't have a 1. And this one needs double 9s. So we've got a 9 in here, a 9 in here, and a 9 in here. If we're going to get 3 9s, that has to be a 9, right? In order that we possibly get 3 9s. Because if I make that a 9, I can't get 3 9s because I need 2 9s around here. So it's got to go 9, 9, 9, right? I feel like I'm articulating this very poorly, but I've got to get 3 9s in these cells, which means oh no, it could be 999. That would be fine. Oh, no, it's because I need 2 9s on both of these, so that's definitely a 9. Sorry. That needs to be a 9, and then that just forces the other one. Sorry, I was thinking about this poorly. It's not enough that I have 3 9s in those cells. It's that I need 2 9s on each of these pairs, and that forces me to put a 9 there because they're otherwise we've got a problem. Okay, so then there's a 2 in here, and there's a 2 in here in some arrangement. Which is kind of interesting. So if I sort of like green these cells, actually maybe I should green these 2 and purple these 2 and mark that one of those is a 2 and one of these is a 2. And in particular, that puts a 2 up in one of these 2 cells, which doesn't seem that useful, but what are you going to do? Oh, row 2 has a 1, so in fact, that's a 1 up there. This is a 2-9 pair. In fact, actually, the 9 is just even placed there, right? Because I've got 4 9s now looking at this. So that's the 9 and the 2, which then makes that the 2 over there. So I can get rid of green. But now that can't be a 2, because if that's a 2, this one doesn't have a 2 on it. So that's the 2. And we can get rid of the purple. Okay, and now, no matter what digits I put in here, it works, so it doesn't matter. As we started this, I was skeptical we were going to get one puzzle's worth of logic out of this, but I think it's going to turn out we're going to get exactly one puzzle's worth of logic out of this. Now, because of the 2, the 1 can't go on the dots. I agree with that. So I think that means we're going to need a 4-5 probably. That places the 1 over here. I don't really need this to be yellow anymore. So yeah, these 3 digits can't add to 10 because they add to a multiple of 3. So the 1 is involved in the sum, and we need an even and an odd digit. So the 1 plus 2 consecutive digits add to 10. So it's a 4 and a 5. And so these are from 3, 4, 5, 6. And there's definitely a 4, 5 on them, is what we know, which tells me things like that there's an 8 over here. And a 7, right? Yeah. Which is assuredly useful because ... Okay. Here the 1 is involved in the 10 sum again. But that I guess the 1 always has to be involved in the 10 sum, because otherwise you'd need the sum to be 11. Oh yeah, this one needs a 1. I completely missed that. Funnily enough, it has a 1 even by Sudoku, but yeah, this one definitely has a 1. I know one of these two is a 2, which sadly seems to miss all of the fun spots, but what are you going to do? Why can't it be something like 3, 4, Todd? I don't think I know enough about 6 to rule that out. These are a 2-9 pair. That's interesting. The 9 is very interesting. Yeah, there's a 9 over here, Ambrose points out. And the 9 is the digit that's not involved in the sum. And I can't put the 9 here because that would mean the other 3 digits would have to add to 10, but one of them would be an 8. So the 9 is here, and these are a 4, 5. And that gets me a 2 and a 9 there. That's a 4, 5 pair in the row, which means this is a 3, 6, and this is the other 4, 5. Okay, so we've got a 4, 5 looking up. So this definitely isn't 4, 5. For whatever that is worth. Could be something like 3, 4, or 5, 6, 7, something in that vicinity. So 3, 6, 7, 8, I suppose. Oh, these are 4, 5, just by Zach Wing on 4s and 5s. Okay, these are... Oh, there's one more 9. Let me place the last 9 before I do that part. Okay, yeah, there's a 9 here. These are 3, 6, and 7, 8. Hey, Blackjack Fitz, how are you doing? We have an 8 running across here just by Sudoku, so that at least knocks 8 out of that cell. I don't think that's going to be too useful, but what are you going to do? A 2 in column 8. Ah, yeah, 2 in column 8 is here because basically I guess the way to make that easy is actually just place 2 in box. We can even place the 2 in box 9 and then place the 2 in here. And then we can place a 2 there, which places a 1 there, places a 1 there. It's a productive string of things. Do we now have all the 2s? We now have all the 2s. Good. And all the 1s and all the 9s. Okay, so yeah, so the 10 sum here has a 1 in it. And then it has at least 1 digit from this. Well, it can't have both digits from this because then it would need to have a 4, 5. So if I just write in the possibilities of this and then investigate, I think this is going to be excruciating. I will warn you. But we can do it. So this is not the 4 or the 5 for what it's worth. So if we try to do 3, 4, then we could do 1, 3, and then this would be a 6, as far as I can tell. What's wrong with 1, 3, 4, 6? I must be missing something. I don't think I'm prepared to do I don't think I have the stomach for this. Okay. I do think it's probably worth investigating what these numbers are, because we've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what's left. So these are only from 3, 6, 7. Unfortunately, this could still be 8. Let's see. Is this one a little bit more amenable? Because we certainly, just by white dot stuff, have this. We certainly can't do 1, 2, 3, 4. That will not be big enough. This cell is not 4 or 5 by what's looking up. So this is 6 or 7. So this is 5, 6, or 7. So there's definitely a 6 involved. However, the 6 is not part of the sum to 10. Because then it would need a 3, and it just doesn't have one. So we need 1, 2, and the other digit that's not 6 to add to 10, which means it's 6, 7. Okay, I buy that. I am on board with that argument. That was not bad. Okay, and that makes these 3, 4, 5, and this one is just a naked 3. Might make my life a little bit easier if I note. Okay, these numbers are now just 6, 7, 8. Running across the top doesn't quite do anything for me. This is a 6, 7, 8 as well. These two 6, 7, 8s, well, basically I now know this can't be anything but 3, because if this is not 3, then I now have 3 numbers that are bigger than 6, and I need to use 2 of them in my sum to 10. So this had better be a 3 is the short version. And now I definitely need a 6, because the 1 and the 3 need to be involved in my sum to my 3-cell sum to 10. So I need a 6 in here, which makes that a 7 and a 6. Like that. This is certainly a 6, 7, 8. For whatever that is worth. Very little, I suspect. Let's see. Okay, that got us away without having to think about anything too bad for a little bit. This could be 3, 4, or... No, it can only be 3, 4, right? This white dot, I think, is uniquely 3, 4. Because we need to put a 4 or an 8 on it. We just can't put an 8 on it because it would be 7, 8, and it would break that cell. So we have to put a 4 on it, and we can't make it 4, 5. So this is 3, 4, which makes that 5 and 4, which is, I'm sure, almost interesting. This is a 7, 8. Oops, sorry, 7, 8. Let's see. These are 5, 6, 7 is what we have floating around over there. Let's see. We probably need to have... Oh, maybe not quite. I was thinking we were going to need to have a 3 in here, but I don't think we quite need to have a 3 in here. What about this? This can't possibly be 8, 9. Oh, it can't be 8, 9 because it can't even have a 9 on it. But it can't be 7, 8 either. So the 8 is not the digit that goes on this. So we're in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7 doesn't work because it would create a 6, 7 quadruple in the row. So this is certainly from 3, 4, 5, 6. Only. For what it's worth, this one's not a... Oh, no, sorry, never mind. I was going to say something that was not true. It's unfortunate. Unfortunately, 3, 4, 3 works in this instance. It's being claimed that this can't have 6 on it. I agree that's not a 6, but why can't... Oh, it's because if this is 6, 7, I can't make this work. Okay, I guess the key is to just center mark this cell. So this, and then just peel it down a little bit at a time. So it's not 4, 5 because there's a 4, 5 below it. And it's not 8 because if it was 8, I would need these to be a 4, 5 pair. So this is just a naked 3 is the way to I think, argue this point that people have seen for a long time, but that every time I have sat down to actually do, I have become a little bit frightened of. Okay, so we can't use both of these digits because if we used both of these digits, we would need to use it with a 1, in which case this would be 4, 5, which doesn't work because of that. Or we'd use both of them with a 3, in which case they'd have to be 3, 4, and that's a problem. So we can't use both of these. So we must use the 1 and the 3, and 1 and 3 go with 6. So this is from 5, 6, 7 only. That one's not a 5. One of these is a 6. However, what I should do is I should then make the same argument going down here. They can't be a 4, 5 pair because there's a 4, 5 pair looking up at it from below. This is incredibly fussy, but we've made it less fussy by resolving this first. So now I can't use both of these either, because if I use both of these, then it sums to more than 10 already, so I can't use both of these in my 3-cell 10 sum. So I have to use both of these, which means I need a 7, so it's got to be 6, 7 over here, which makes that an 8. Okay, these are 4, 5. I don't know the order yet, but I know they're 4, 5. And I've got this pointing 7, Carl points out, that I even have marked, so I can't make any excuses for it. Okay, so that gives me a 7, 8 pair, which places this 6, which makes that an 8, makes that a 7 and an 8, makes that a 7. Makes that a 7. These aren't 7. This is the last of the 3, 6, 8. That's not a 6, so it's a 3, 8. Oh, in fact, this is a 6 just by Sudoku. Let's do it that way. 6 is placed in this box there because of that 6. So this is a 3, 8, which gives me a 4 and a 5 over here. 6 over there. Okay, these are a 4, 5 pair, which means this is not a 4, 5 for what it's worth. I'm going to use mark to paint in these cells. Okay, so this is a 6 and 8 and a 3, 7 pair. No 6 goes over there. So if there's no 6 over here, there's no 5 here either, because that would break that cell. Oops. So these are a 3, 4. So that is a 5 and a 4. Comes back over there. Gives me those. So I could do either 1, 4, 5 or 3, 4, 3 here. So I think that one's okay. This, though, this box, though, is a little bit more interesting because I can't make these 3 work. So, oh, I guess this is only a 5 or a 6, but I can figure out which one by using the I can't use both of these in this sum to 10 business. So I either do 1, 3, 6 or 1, 4, 5, and it works both ways. Annoying. Oh, 3, 4, 3 doesn't actually work down here because then the sum would be 11 and I would need 2 1s and I don't have 2 1s. Thank you, Carl, for maintaining my sanity with that. So in fact, I can't use both of these. So if I can't use both of these, yeah, so 3, 4, 3 wasn't really an option because if I actually carefully followed through the argument, it wasn't really an option. And so if I can't do 3, 4, 3, yeah, it was never an option if I actually carefully examined the argument I was making. So this is a 5. Let's see. No, just 3, 4, 3 doesn't work because, well, 4, 3, 4 doesn't add to 10. But even 3, 4, 3 doesn't work because it would not work with the actual rule. Yes. Here I need a sum to 10 that can't involve an 8. So this needs to be a 4, 5, and so that is a 5. That's a 4, and that's a 5. I reached for the Steam Deck, but I did not succeed. Okay, now I think we can mark the rest of it. 8, 3, 4, 3, 4. Thank you. No 8 there. No 3s over down here. We've got to think about this one now. Oh no, it works both ways is the problem. So I can't use that to resolve it. What about this one? This one, though, needs something to work. And it can't be 7, 1, 2, so it's the other 3, which are going to be 1, 3, and 6 is what this is going to be. 5, 6, 5, 7, 6, 8, 7, 6, 8, 7, 3, 3, and 8. Very cute execution of this idea. The only just barely enough to make it work in a 9x9. Like I think probably I would have done this as like a 7x7 or an 8x8 or something. Although I guess if you don't do it in 9x9, then you don't even get the second option. So you need 9x9 in order to even have the option where there's a 2. So it like just fills out a puzzle, but very nice setting there to make this work. Because I think I probably would have given up and said there's not enough to get here, but the white dots was a good combination because there was a lot of neat stuff. So neat execution here on this idea. Alrighty, let's see what else I have laying around in the old bucket. Let's see, we've got a James Sinclair Renbon Renbon quadruples puzzle, to the extent that one can call this a Renbon quadruples puzzle. Okay, so I can't put a 1 or a 2 on this, is basically what this is telling me. So I've got some action with 1, 2s going on here. Is that supposed to tell me something immediately about what's happening with 1s and 2s, like via this box? Is what I am trying to figure out. Oh, there's a negative constraint. Sorry. Digits in orthogonally adjacent cells cannot have a 1-to-2 ratio. Okay, so there's a negative constraint on black dots. That seems very relevant. All black dots have been given. So in particular, that means that the 1 and 2 aren't. So yeah, so this is about these like rows and columns or something. I can't shove the 1 and the 2 up here, and I can't shove them over here. And you can't make a 1, 2, 3, 4 square Renbon at all, because a 1, 2, 3, 4 has the problem that the 2 doesn't have 2 things to go next to, right? The 2 would, so no 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbon. So the 1 and 2 are also, well, sorry, at least the 1 is also floating out here on this Renbon. Maybe 2, 3, 4 is okay. But 1, 2, 3, 4, you don't have 2 things to put the 2 next to. And you just can't put the 1 on here at all, right? Because, in fact, actually, you can't put the 1 on either of these because of what we just said, right? So, in fact, this is a 1. And we can bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop, woo! Boop, boop, ba-doop, wah! Boop, boop, ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 1. So that's 2. So the 1 in this books is over here somewhere. Well, the 1 I should also mark means that means the 2 is in one of these two cells. Sorry, that means the 1 is in one of those two cells, which means the 2 isn't. The 2 is, in fact, in one of these cells. Also, no 1 there. So there's a 1 here, so there's no 2 there. And so those 2's together crisscross into this box to tell me that this is a 2, 3, 4, 5 sort of Renbon. And therefore, these are a 6, 7, 8, 9 sort. Let's see. Where's the 1 in this row now? And the 1 in this row is now just placed here. Oh, I see. That's what DWeb said as well. Let's see. If this is a 1, these are a 2, 3. I don't know that that's a huge problem. I know there's no 4 over here, but there could maybe be a 4 over there. And these go down at worst to 4, right? So I could fill that in if I really wanted to. And I know the 2 and 4 are at opposite corners of this box, so it could either be 2, 4 like that or 2, 4 like that. Luna points out I can do some more juggling with 1s. The 1 in this box can only go in one of these two. And now the 2 can't go in any of those cells or those cells. So the 2 goes on this Renbon. Very good spotting. So this is actually just a 2, 3, with that being the 3 and that being the 2 because of the negative constraint. So these are the 4, 5. These aren't. Let's see. So these are all 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just going to mark for my sanity. So that means actually this digit can't get as low, can only get as low as 5 for what it's worth. That is true. We now also can say we've got a 7 on this quad as well. Oh, and we have placed the 1 in box 8. Thank you. How many negative constraints would I miss if I did this by myself? All of them. So yeah, so now we need at least 2 high digits on here. So now we can only get down at worst to 4. So yeah, we've got a 6 and a 7. Likewise, there's a 6 and a 7 on here, but that doesn't really help me all that much. I mean, I guess it tells me that this cell is neither 6 nor 7, right? That's kind of interesting. Oh, also, it also tells me there's actually a 4 in this row, right? This cell can never be a 4. This can't be a 4 by negative constraints. So there's always a 4 over there. And so the 4 in this box is either exactly here or it's on the Renbon. Yeah. 2 in box 2 is over here. So 1 in box 2 can't be on here. But the 1 in box 2 is sort of pushed into these. So that's the 1 in box 2. So now there's a 1 over here, and it's, in fact, there, because you can't put a 1 there, or you do the 2 trick again. And now that's not a 3. Thank you. Oh, yeah, 1 in box 5 now is just here. One in this box is in one of those two cells. I'm not too interested in that. One in this box is in one of these two cells. That's a little bit more promising. Well, the one's definitely not here, funnily enough. I love that. This is one of my favorite Renbon geometry tricks. If I put a 1 here, I put a second 1 on the Renbon immediately. So, in fact, it's that direction, which then bumps the 2 out there and places that 2. For what that is worth. No 4s in these cells. So the only place for a 4 that's not on this is there. This isn't a 4 because it's next to a 2. Fair enough. 2 in box 4. 2 in box 4 is just placed by the negative constraint. We've placed 8 of the 9 ones. Maybe we should place the last one, hypothetically. 1 in box 6, says Sheck. There is the 1. That 2 has gotten me this 2, which gets me that 4 and 5. That 3 rules a 6 out of both of these cells. That's not an 8. Let's see. 4 in this box is not there, or there. So the 4 in this box is uniquely either there or there. Here it would have to go with a 5 in order for it to function. We know there's a 3 up here. Oh, the key is to look at it in column 3, points out Carl. You can't put the 4 in either of those places and not down there, so the 4 is in one of these 3 cells, except it's only that one because of the 2s. So the 2s just fully bully the 4 into that cell. Poor 4. Yeah, that one ruled out that 2. Okay, there is a 4 up here somewhere. There's only so many 5s in these 2 columns. So if this is a 4, this would have to be 6 and 5, right? Which is maybe okay. Let's see. 4 in box 5, not in any of those spots. So 4 in box 5 is in one of these 2 spots, which places it back in this box. Good spot to chat there. So that bumps 4, in fact, exactly there in this box. Bumps 4 for sure onto this Renbon. We can mark that it needs a 7. The 8 in box 8 can't go next to the 4, so we've got an 8 on one of these 2 cells, which is very nice because it rules 8 out of those cells, which means that one of these is definitely an 8, which rules 8 out of those cells as well as those cells, so the 8 in this box is in one of these places. That's a good spot from Garion. We know that there's a 6 on here and there's a 6 on here, so this can't have a 6 on it. And so it either is from stuff less than 6, which isn't possible because it doesn't have a 4 on it, or bigger than 6, in which case it's exactly 7, 8, 9, which is what it has to be. That one's not the 8 because it's next to a 4. Let's see. Luna asks, where can 3 go in box 4? Probably not here. Yeah, that would mean I'd be at most 6 as my maximum. So the 3 goes vertically. And then once we do that, then we can ask where the 6 goes. And now the 6 has to go horizontally, which rules 6 out of there and places the 6 there. Very good spot to Luna there. And Luna also notes where it goes in box 1. And so it goes here somewhere. Oh, in fact, actually, it pairs with this. It's just a 3, 4. So these are a 5, 6. The 8 on the chevron is in one of those, so that's not the 8. So that's the 8, points out J. Dyer. That's 5, 6 looks down, making that a 6. A little disappointing because it didn't place the 3, but what are you going to do? This is a 5, 7, or 9, and it's not a 5, actually, if you look at the column. In fact, 7, 9 is all that's left in the column. So these are a 7, 9 pair, which makes that an 8 via like one of my favorite deductions ever, which is that this 7, 9 pair sees that cell in some oblique way. So you know that is the way to make Zeta happy. Let's see, these are 3, 5. These are something and something. People trying to ruin the deduction by telling me that you could do it by Sudoku or something. This isn't an 8, so that's an 8. By virtue of this thing needing an 8. Let's see. We could color 7 9s, but I don't want to. We do have to offset the 6 and the 3 here. This can't be an 8 touching a 4. That would be bad. It does have to be a 3. In fact, exactly there. Just by Sudoku. So this isn't a 6. Now one of these two is a 3. Which I don't think is terribly interesting. Let's see. 8 in box 5 is ruled out of all of these cells. So 8 in box 5. Oh, and 8 in box 5 can't be here either for a somewhat silly reason, which is that if 8 is here, it puts a 4 on the Renbon where it can't go. So actually, the 8 in box 5, if you're willing to stomach a little bit of look ahead, is in one of those two. And in particular, that tells me that the 4 here can't actually go here because of now where the 8 goes. So the 4 actually now just sort of bounces down here. Oh, there was also a negative constraint with this 4 is fine. But it's good we made that argument because that exact argument then let us place the 4. So the argument was worth doing because we were going to have to make the argument anyway, just one step later. So Although maybe it was more motivated to make the argument one step later because the argument one step later involved two corner marks that were already made. Let's see, 8 and row 6 is just here now. So no 8 over there. I mean, here I was thinking like, oh, it would have been so much nicer to just, or it was very nice the way that James made it so that you'd use that argument once and then get to use it again. So, sometimes if you have an argument that's a little bit messy, sometimes using it a couple times in a row makes it feel better than using it only once. Oh yeah, there's a 7 on here, so there's no 4. Is what people are saying. So this is a 4. Oh, no, sorry. I just can't count. Sorry, there can be a 4. Never mind, it's fine. 4 in box 6 is in one of 2 places. Oh, the 4 being off the Renbon rules the 3 off the Renbon. Is that what people are talking about? That is a very fair point. I believe that. And I don't think you can put the 8 off the Renbon, right? Yeah, the thing that's off the Renbon now has to be a 5 or a 9. Okay, no 8 up there. The 6 on this Renbon is placed because of the negative constraint and Sudoku. And now we've got a 7 in one of these 2 cells, which aligns with the 7 from up here in a kind of silly way to tell me that neither of these are 7, which makes that 7, which makes that 9 and that 7, that 9 and that 7, and that 9, which makes that 7, apparently. Makes that 5 and that 9, it would seem. So that that somewhat silly Zackwing did a lot. Okay, no 7 over here. No 7 over here. So the 7's down here in this row. Let's see. Oh yeah, the 7 now just looks down and places a 7 over here. This doesn't have an 8 on it anymore, has been pointed out, which makes it very difficult. It's going to have a 9 on it. So these are 2, 8, 9 is what's left in this column. Let's see. Did I do anything silly with negative constraints in doing that? I don't think the negative constraint was relevant. This is a 5 or a 6, just by the column, I believe. Let's see. No 7 over there. There's a 5, 6 pair in row 2. Very good. So that's a 7. That isn't. Let's see. These are from a small number of digits relatively. That one's not a 2. The 6 in box 9 actually does work because it makes that the 5 and that the 6 and that the 5. And then the 6 sorts out the 4 and the 3. Okay, now there's no 5, and if there's no 5, there's no 4. So now these just are 6, 7, 8, 9, and now that is a 4. Now the thing I said before is true. So now these are 2, 3, and 5 in some undisclosed order. That one's not a 2, though, in that undisclosed order. And this is a naked single something. I think it's a 6. And now these are an 8, 9. Let's see. This is a 3 or a 5 for the row, which seems to give me a 3, 5 pair, rolling 5 out of there. Oh, this isn't a 2 by negative constraint, points out AFK, so that makes that the 2. Let's see. We can fill in all this stuff. So that's a 2, 6, 7 triple. Sure. Now let's see. What about you? Are you interesting if I fill in just you? 3, 8, or 9? Well, it's never 8. I'm at least prepared to say that. This certainly isn't 5 or 6. So this is always 2 or 8 with 3 or 9. 9, 8 breaks, though, because there's an 8 looking up from box 9. Neither of these can be 8 for reasons that I'm sure exist, like this 8. One of those is an 8, so that can't be an 8. It's a 2, which means it goes with a 3, which is going to sort out a lot of everything. Comme ça. Let's see. 6, 7 makes that a 2. And I think we can probably click mark. And then we can play, can we find the negative constraints? That 3 sees that cell. Let's see. Oh, there was only one more negative constraint to find. Everyone's got to do a good negative constraint puzzle every now and then, and that was a nice one. I enjoyed that. Alrighty, let's see what else I can find laying around in ye old bucket. Let's see. Where did the bucket go? There it is. We'll find a thing. There we go. Okay, let's do a Pure Killer by NXT Master. Also, I think a new name for the channel. The Deadly Dance of 7 and 8. As it is called. So regular killer rules. Have a nice full grid here. So let's see. I guess I can mark those. Okay, what is 38 plus 11? That sounds like 49. So I don't think that quite tells me anything, does it? We do know this digit goes down there. Let's see. Like, one of these two has to go in the 11 cage for sure. Yeah, we do have some 22s that require a 9. But as David points out, in a way that's not especially conducive to corner marking. Oh, there's a 5-cell 15 cage. That might have been a good thing for me to notice at some point. So there's a 5-cell 15 cage. Was very well hidden. I don't know what to do with it, but it's there. Let's see. Yeah, sadly, neither of these cells quite see the entirety of this. The 17 cage certainly needs at least one digit that goes in the 15 cage. Okay, so AFK is looking at these together and saying each of them. That's not what AFK is doing. Saying each of them has a 9 and a 6 or a 7. Sorry, or a 7 or an 8, something like that. Each of them has a 9 and a 7 or an 8. So we do know this 18 cage has no 9s, I guess, is one thing that we can say for sure. Also, less interestingly, this 11 cage has no 9s. Funnily enough, this could still be 378. Yeah, the fact that AFK is working hard to make the digits in the title be relevant does seem promising. There does have to be a 7 and an 8 in this 38 cage, for what it's worth. So that's something to maybe consider. That's a good point, is that if we can't make this cage without a 7-8, there's always at least one 7-8 in it. And so what AFK would like us to do is color that these are different, because if they ruled both 7... Sorry, no, these are the... No, they have... No, sorry. Wait, no, now I'm confused. Wait. I don't think we know, is the short version. Sorry. We can't rule both 7 and 8 out of this, we know. But them being the same or different flavors doesn't do that. It sounded really deduction adjacent. And I was excited because I was pretty sure if I just started talking, I'd know what the deduction was by the time I stopped talking. But as it turned out, it didn't work out that way. Yeah, and like this has got like a million possibilities without a 9, right? Only 4 possibilities, I suppose, but still. I guess I know one of these 3 digits specifically is 9. Is that interesting? Because this 38 cage needs a 9. Yeah, the 11 cage can't be 920. So that means that the 9 is in one of these sides. Are we getting somewhere? I feel like ruling a 9 out of one cell in a 9-cell cage is maybe not that interesting, but maybe potentially we're getting somewhere. If these two are the same, then we put... Well, let's see. This is missing... We put at least 2 of the digits there. Oh, that's very helpful. Garion has added together the totals of these cages. 21 plus 9 is 30, plus 22 is 52, plus 17 is 69, which is 24 more than 45, which says that these cells are a 789 triple for sure, and that one's not a 9 because it sees that. So that that does do something. It creates a virtual 7-8 pair looking up. Can we do the same thing? No, there's no way we could do the same thing like over here or something. I was hoping we'd do something like that with this, but not directly, I don't think. So let's see. This cage definitely needs a 789, so it means this is a 789. Yeah, I'm not optimistic that I would have found that if I had. Why is my Stream Deck just like blinking on and off like crazy? It's being very weird. Well, Tristan promised he would fix it completely. I suspect it's like not connected well or something. This does rule out the options that have both that have two 789s in them, which seems to be exactly this one. Yeah, there's no more 7/8s running up this column. I don't think we know anything about like the 7/8 from here is doing something. Is the fact that we've got at least two 7/8-9s, it's not super probative. Some do at most 5. They don't. Some do at most 6. Oh yeah, right. Some do at most 5. So yeah. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems markable. Okay, so if we play the same game here, then we get 18 plus 22 is 40, 59, 80. Which means that these sum to 35. So is that useful? The maximum of these is 28. So this is minimum 7. So this is a 7/8. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So this is a 7/8. That was right. But also, these are maximum 20. And so if I do 20 plus a 7/8, then I need this to also be a 7/8 in order to make it work. Whew, tricky. Okay, and so that gives me a 9, so we get our digit dance. Boop boop doop. Woo! Boop boop doop. Wah! Boop boop doop. Wee! Boop boop doop boop 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 boop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we can start coloring our 7/8s. I'm slowly starting this series where I'm writing notes for a series about setting, and one of the most important things that I think is true for like a good puzzle that I've sort of come across more and more and more as I've set and solved puzzles is that you want whatever your solver finds to feel intentional. And I feel like having the title be this just leaves it completely unambiguous that you have found the exact thing that was intended when you make this series of absolutely nonsense deductions. And I think that like that title is just a genius choice for what is happening. Okay, so now this is a 1 and this is a 4, right? Because we agreed to the terms and conditions where these things added up to 20. Oh, I guess, sorry. These add to 20, so this is a 1, right? But we don't know exactly how these work. We just know that these add to 20. So granted, that means that this can't be a 2 anymore. It's a 3 or a 4. And yeah, we've got some virtual 7-8 pairs. So this doesn't have a 7 or an 8 in it. Let's see. Yes. And so the 7, 8, and 9 that are needed in our 38 cage, we now know where they go. They need to be here exactly because of the virtual triples. So these are a 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we can sort of like mark the flavors now. Kind of. Like these two are definitely different flavors, we know. This one is less clear. Gary, and because the 38 cage needs all of 7, 8, and 9. So we're not asking about box 1. We're asking about where the cages 7, 8, and 9 go. Let's see. Do I know anything about this? I don't think I know anything about this. Circle is in the 22 cage in column 9 by Sudoku. You know circle isn't going there? How do you know circle isn't going there? Because of the 1? Because these, okay, so here's the math that's getting done is these two sum to at least 5, plus that is at least 12. So this digit is at most 7, but it's actually, if it was 7, it would bump the total up by 1. So yeah, so by very weird math, we know we're not putting both 7 and 8 in this cage. If we did, we'd need a 1 and a 3, I guess. So this is not that. So yeah, so circle is in here. So this is the same. So this is a different flavor. So let me. So yeah, by weird deduction, we know that this is that. Yeah, XO adds to 15, so you'd get 1 and 3, but you can't because there's a 1 down there. Okay, so this has. Okay, this one's definitely different because this one's green again because it's got because of what's missing from it is different. And then we have to do something weird with this one to make a similar argument. Those certainly go in those cells, but I don't know what to do with that yet. Means that X is in the 18 cage in column 9. Right. So this is the one with no X because it has an O, and it can't have both an X and an O. Right. So we argued there's an O in it, so there isn't an X in it, so the X is there because there is an X in this cage. Okay, so that makes that digit a 3. and makes this an X, by the way. So that's not a 9. So one of these two is a 9. Oops, sorry, is a 9. Is not a 9. This is not a 2. Sorry, it's not a 3. I said is not a 2 and typed is not a 2, but that was not what I meant. Okay, so yeah, so there's an X in one of these two cells. We don't know which one. We do know there's an X in one of these two cells. We just don't know which one is kind of interesting. That's true. The other one isn't a 2, therefore, so we can kind of salvage it. Yeah, one of these two is X. One of these two is X. Things that are kind of almost but not really interesting. Let's see. So this cell, do we know what it is, given that it sees both of these? So it's not 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it's not 3. So this is only 1, 2, 4, or 5, I suppose, because it sees both flavors of cage. Okay, yeah, so this is missing 2 digits that sum to 10. And both of the missing digits aren't going in the 10 cage. So one of the missing digits is this one. So this one is in the 10 cage. Agree with that. So this cell, whatever it is, goes in one of those two places. Let's see. I don't think I know a lot about this. Yeah, I do agree this is at most 7. Let's see. If there's going to be a 7, 8, 9 in this 14 cage, it's definitely going there. 2 and 4 in column 9. Or in the 19 gauge. Yeah, it's like the other 7, 8 and the other, that's the like one that's not in here. But I agree that 2 and 4 are in here. It's kind of interesting that 8 in this row can't go in the 9 cage, so we've got to have the 8 in one of these places. Oh, Link, I can give you that. Do we have any way of knowing what digit is missing? Or what 2 digits are missing from here that add to 7? I don't think so. That's interesting. Yeah, the X is definitely in this 35 cage. This is not 5, right? Because it sees the 5 in green and yellow. I marked it because of that logic and then did not mark it correctly. This is one of the digits that sums to 7 that isn't in the 38 cage. So if this digit is here, then whatever it is, its fellow sum to 7 is also not in the 38 cage for whatever that is worth. So it being a 4 would make a lot of sense, because if this was a 4, then its other candidate would be the 3, or then the other thing would be the 3. And if it's a 2 or a 1, then it puts a 5 or a 6 in here. So I guess that's like a really convoluted way to argue that this digit's always 3, 5, or 6. Because whatever the complement is to this... Oh, sorry, unless it's there. Never mind, sorry. Not quite. Oh, these 2 digits add to 9 by adding all of these cages down here. Notable. Row 6, column 4, and row 7, column 5. Are they the same digit? I don't think I know the answer to that question. We don't even know if this is green or yellow yet, do we? Yeah, there is some implication where if this doesn't have red X in it, then that's red X, and then that does a lot of things. I don't think I know anything at all about this 20 cage. Row 6, column 4 is equal to row 7, column 5 plus row 5, column 7. Weird stuff related to the 10 and the 10 overlapping. Column 8 is max 4. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's fair, yeah, because we said these two via chat math adds to 9, and it was doubly confirmed chat math, and this one is at least 5, so this one is at most 4. And that starts to make this column look a little bit spicy. Oh no, I was going to place the 9 in this column, but I have bad news about my deduction that I could place the 9 in this column. Let's see. I'm being told this must be yellow. Can we explain why? I keep looking at like whether there's a 6 in here or this digit is a 6 or the two kind of options, but I don't quite know what to do with it. I also have repeatedly said like what is the maximum these could add to? Oh, it's 15. So this cell is at least a -1. I've proven that in my head at least 3 times. Do I know if this is 9 or circle somehow? Oh, that's worth noting. I always need a 7, 8, 9 in this 4-cell 20 cage, and these aren't 7, 8, 9, as Carl points out, so this needs to be 7, 8, or 9. 6, 5, 4 is only 18. Is row 9 column 7? 7, 8, or 9? It definitely isn't. I think it can only be 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So the other 7, 8, 9 is up here, and that one has to be a 9. Is that the point? Because I need a third 7, 8, 9, and oh no, sorry, this one could be the 7, 8, 9 because this one can be a 7. Annoyingly, yeah, that it almost gets there. Yeah, if people want to do the row 1 plus column 1 math, I'm happy to have them do it. I will accept whatever you tell me is the truth. If this is a 9, it does make that a 9. I'm still trying to decide if there's more chasing of 9s that I can do. But I don't know that there is. At some point, someone in chat is going to say the phrase "only one 9 on the Fistamafel ring." I can sense it coming. Uh, let's see. Uh, so you say these sum to 104. So these sum to 128. And then you should do some other math, maybe, possibly. I don't know. Maybe, sorry, maybe not that. Uh, okay, so the sum of these cells is this plus this minus that plus 90. Isn't this one minus instead of plus? Because of the double counting of the business. I think it's what you said, but I think this is minus. Uh, so these two minus that is 14. So that surely means this cell needs to be quite large, right? If that's true. If anyone wants to double check that math, but that means I certainly need this to be a 7-8 at least, right? Because I'm subtracting at least 1. So yeah, so this is the other 7-8. So that places this 9. And now the corner is 1, right? Because we needed it to be that plus that minus that. Okay, and now this is correct. This is now yellow. This is 2 by mathematics. I agree. So no 2s in any of these cells. This is also a 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 6 is the other digit that is not in this 38 cage. So 6 is in one of these 3 spots. If 6 was here, it would go with a 4. Oh, in fact, 6 just has to be here because I can't use 7, 8, 9 in my 10 sum, Ron points out. So this is just 4, 6. A little bit tragic, but what are you going to do? So that's like, yeah, and I was going to make an argument that gives me a like rather convoluted argument that you can't put 6s in here by using the yellow-green pair, but that's sort of what I already argued. It's true. One of these is a 2, and one of these is a 3, right? Uh, yeah, we just know that one of these is a 3 just by nothing, basically. But if this one's a 3, that one's also a 3 is the thing that we sort of have. And we have a weird thing going on with the 2s in a similar fashion, where one of these 2 is a 2, so that one definitely isn't. So therefore, There's definitely a 2 in one of these. Which tells me this isn't a 2. And one of these is a 2. Okay. We now know none of these cells are 7, 8, 9 is actually heating up to be a little bit interesting. So, yeah. One of these is circle 7, 8. One of these is xe 7, 8, we now know. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, these are certainly 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and the inside box ones aren't 4. True. So this is just a 2, 3, 5, I suppose, just to round out the box. There does have to be a 9 in this row somewhere. Now, the maximum these can sum to is 6, 5, 3, which you will be happy to know proves that this cell is at least 0. So we've had a significant improvement from earlier minimizations. Let's see. What else is happening? How do we know the 1 ends up in the 14 cage? I'm trying to see if I could do anything with the fact that, like, one of these two is 2, but I don't think so. I do know there's a 2 up here somewhere. It's true. This digit's at least 3, and it's not 3 by corner marks. This digit in this box goes in one of these cells. Sorry, in one of these cells. So this digit is, and it's not 3 because of the corner mark. So this is, wait, this can't be 4. So this is only 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, it can be circly 7, 8, right? No, it can't be circly 7, 8 because we said circly 7, 8 isn't one of these. So this is only 5, 6. It's the yellow 5, 6 that goes there, right? I think this is the yellow 5, 6, and it has to go there. So we have a new. Can it be 9? No, because you can't put 9 in a 14 cage with 3 more cells. So now that's a 5, 6. So now one of these two is 9 because of that, which means the 9 in here is not there. So there's a 9 in here in one of those two cells, which means those aren't 9, which means that is 9. So that's not 9. So one of these is 9. Oh, this is 9 just in this box. We can go the other way. This has become the circly 7, 8. Let's see. We've got a bunch of 9s. Not all of them by any means. Blue circle goes in box 1 somewhere. Yeah, we know one of these is circly 7, 8. Oh, there's 2 blue circles. Blue circle goes here. Yeah. I didn't realize we had 2 blue circles. I thought I'd just made this blue circle recreationally, apparently. Yeah, so this is now a 6 because it goes there. No, my brain just doesn't always function very well. Okay, so those are 2 5s. So now if those are 2 5, these aren't 5. So that's 3 and that's 4. Okay, so if these aren't 4, that one's not 1. That one's not 2. Okay, so 6 goes with 7, 9. And that 7, 9 actually resolves that circle is 8. And x is 7. And we can get rid of our circles and our x's. Okay. There's no 6, apparently, in the 9 cage. So this is a 4, 5 cage, making that a 3. So not an 8 or a 3, not a 6. Okay, none of these are 4, so therefore one of these is 4. Column 7 needs a 7 and a 9, and so they are here and here. Good, so that's a 7. That's a 9. That does put 7 in the 10 cage, as I seem to recall, by our previous argument. If I recall. So this is 1, 2, 7 now. That's not a 7, so one of these is 7. Basically, the argument was there's 2 digits that add to 10 missing from this 35 cage, so they're down here. If I put the 7 here, then those 2 digits already add to 10. And that is a problem. I now have a Zackwing on 7s, which is placing 7 in one of these 3 cells, and it's that one by Sudoku, making that a 9. Giving my 7 and my 9, giving me my 7 here. I'm going to try and not have to understand the virtual arrow, if I can possibly not understand the virtual arrow. Apologies. That's a 7 by Sudoku into this box. So that's the 9. Oh, right. These are the 2 sum to 10 digits. Right. It's just these are the 2 digits that aren't in the 35 cage, and so they sum to 10. So this can't be a 1. It's got to be a 2 and an 8. There we go. Okay. I think that's simpler than exactly what was said before. Okay, so these aren't 1, 3, 5. So that one's only a 4, and that one's only a 2. Which has given me a 5 and a 2 and a 5. These are a known pair of something and something. 2 and 6, it would seem. That's not a 5, so that's not a 1. Let's see. These are known, and these are known. Let's see. Apparently it is just a 5 and an 8, which makes that a 5 and an 8, which makes that a 2 and a 4. Makes that a 2 and a 3 and a 1. 2, Things are happening. Things are happening. Let's just fill in the rest of it. So 66642 65. Let's see, there's the 1 3 and the 1. Let's see, 1 5 1 8 9 5 1 3 5 3 6 4 6 4 3 and 2. And yeah, that's a pretty good place, I think, to wrap up for the day. Hopefully, everyone enjoyed that. I will say, by the way, I have been, that one was above my pay grade. Yeah, me too, if I'm honest. Yeah, and that one, very nice setting. I loved the use of the title, and like clearly, every time we found something, even if it was a little hideous to find, it was clearly the intended thing to find. So like I have no complaints about the setting of the puzzle, but oof, is my feeling about having solved it. But the setting was clearly very intentional throughout, even if it required more summing than I would have preferred, especially the sum all of these and then get that it's that plus that minus that, and through some confluence that was a lot. I will recommend to you, if you have not checked out me playing TR49, I think it is a game that almost by construction looks boring because it consists entirely of scanning through microfiche, but I still recommend you look it out because it's very cool and involves lots of sort of things that it sort of has a vibe of being a combination of House of Leaves and Lost. So that has been my Let's Play lately. I would recommend that, as well as my invitation to puzzles, which are not this hard. I will say, but. Thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to everyone for supporting the stream. Again, you can click the join button in YouTube if you would like. And good, KF. I do seem to say a different number every time. So TR some number. I definitely get it wrong in the Let's Plays more than once. Unintentionally, I just could not remember. Which may or may not relate. It is a great demonstration of the things my brain is good at and the things my brain rebels at horribly. That, like for example, by the end, I definitely should have known what the last number was, but I only noticed like literally earlier today, having finished the game last week, what it was. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you next time. Oh, last but not least, by the way, I should read the list of turbines. Are people who support at the top level, which is Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and ELSF. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Let's see if the sending button works. Did it work? It didn't work. What if I hit it harder? Okay, Tristan says it's not a matter of pressing the button harder, but I felt like it was worth trying. Okay, let's see. Thanks for watching, screen. There we go. Okay, here we go. Bye for now.